SK. K1EQX repeater. K-A-2-Q-Y-E repeater. It is 20 14.
The time is 9:40 p.m.
KD2VQR base monitoring.
Good evening. Is 10:41 p.m.
This is KQ2H repeater. K1FFK. out this button. Go to the internet at www.rra.net.
31QXT from KA2PTE. Yeah, not too bad. Kind of warm out. Just got back a little while ago, and yep, kind of warm and no rain at least. Well, I felt like a couple drops coming down, but nothing really too serious.
Not bad. Good. That's yeah. I'm sitting here and I don't have a fire going. I went and looked at the thermometer. I'm like, okay, it's not too bad out. It says it's 60 here. Yeah, earlier when we were talking, I apologize because I didn't come back to you right away. A friend of mine called. He got beat up last night. He was in the hospital pretty bad. So, but yeah, the wrong place at the wrong time, I guess.
Roger that. Yeah, I've been hearing stuff like that with the out of state, I guess.
Yeah, he's in Arizona, but you know, he's probably had a few drinks in him, I'm sure, walking home from the bar like he always does. He said he saw a door open in the house and it looked like a murder scene or something weird going on. And you know, I would have just walked the other way and said, this is well, not a murder scene, but he didn't know what was going on. So he was yelling at first, is everybody okay? Do you need help? And no, nothing happened. Then he walked away, and then some guy came running out of the house screaming at him and just beat the hell out of him. He thinks he was on drugs or something. He goes, the guy was like a crazy meth head or something. So, I don't know, but, you know, try to no good deed goes unpunished. He's just trying to be a good Samaritan, and that's what happened.
Yeah, well, like we were saying the other night, you know, it's like these people that are drinking the alcohol, they're, you know, the guys that are smoking the weed are mad at him, so maybe that was, they were taking it out on him because he was drunk.
Oh, could be. Crazy. I just, like I said, mind my own business. I understand he was just trying to help. Or he said something just didn't seem right, and the door was wide open. It looked like someone was laying on the floor, and you know, so I don't know. I'd probably, if I didn't see any blood, I'd probably just keep on walking. If I did, I'd probably just report it to somebody and not, you know, get involved. Of course, you could have thought that someone hit their head and was lying on the floor and had no help. I don't know.
Yeah, roger that. It's not like the good old days when your good deeds are appreciated. You can wind up getting into a big mess. That's true.
Yeah, today's culture, it's probably good. It's just kind of mind your own business. just walk away, don't get involved. I don't know. But I feel bad for him, you know. He's an older guy in his 60s. 13 stitches in his lip, broke his toe, and fractured his ribs. That's
Wow, yeah. Well, yeah, when you get up in the years that that kind of age, yeah, you got to be careful. Do they have open carry down there in Arizona? I think they do, don't they?
I know they did. I heard, maybe that was somewhere else. I heard that might have changed, but I think so. But he's not the type of freak. He's, you know, like a hippie type of guy. He would probably care. Probably doesn't own a gun. You know? So, you know, like I said, he's just trying to help everybody, and he's gets involved in stuff. I don't know. I would just like keep to myself, I think.
Roger that. Yeah, well, we're not really that far removed from the Wild West, really, when it boils down to it now. So I know I've seen a couple of people, well, one store used to be here, it closed down next door here. It was, I don't know, maybe about a year ago, but was pretty regular to hear, gunfire happening. They do target practice, and once in a while somebody would walk by with a gun. It didn't really bother me, but I remember I was out in Home Depot one time shopping, and there was an old guy, and he looked like a cowboy from one of those westerns. He had the hat, he had the gun, with all the bullets, with the belt with all the bullets stuck in it. It looked like it must have been a 45, I guess. It was a real, antique western gun.
They have open carry in Vermont.
Yeah, last I heard, Vermont, open carry. Well, the thing with the open carry is, guess what? Gun violence is lower. So that means, a good thing in a lot of ways when you have the open carry laws. But yeah, last time I looked, it was New York, of course, is trying to convert Vermont into York, and that's probably why this gun store closed. It's so close to New York. They were coming in and buying the guns, bringing them to New York, and then they'd be, oh, where'd you get the gun from? We got it from Vermont. Oh, so let's shut Vermont down.
How dare they, Vermont, do that, sell guns. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I agree. Of course, if visual helps, if it's there, is obviously probably going to be a lot less gun crime going on. But, yeah, that's New York for you. What do you expect? That's too bad. But hopefully they don't change it.
Well, yeah, go ahead and change it. Nobody's going to listen anyway. It's like that in the other states as well. They're saying, well, Biden's going to, come after your guns. Yeah, the other idiot did that too, and gun sales went through the roof. Everybody was going all over. It's happening now. I heard too. The gun sales, ammo, ammunition, everything is prices are going up. Because there's even a lot of places online. I mean, it's a joke. You could get a gun that's it's made on a 3D printer. I mean, and they're like always evolving the technology with it. Like some of them are only like a couple of shots, but there's ones that are better made. They're coming out with better designs for structural integrity. Ones that'll hold more ammo. And I think there's not even. Because there's some that aren't even taking real bullets. They're taking like special bullets, like ceramic bullets or something. I don't know.
K2ELL repeater.
That's interesting. Amazing. Printing gun. Whoever thought of it, Who would ever have thought it? But, well, good. I'm glad prices are, well, not glad prices are going up, but good people are buying more. So, we the people. So, forearmed is, forewarned, forearmed, but forearmed is, good. I don't know what else to say. Yeah, that's good. So, printing guns. My friend Prince Houses, the guy I was just talking about, he has a company where they actually print like houses with a computer, print walls and put them together.
You mean like small replica models or large, full size.
Large, full size to live in. Yeah, it's amazing. He does projects with the homeless and gets all this money and all these grants from people and goes out and gets the guys to do the work with the computers to print it all, and within a few days they have houses built. It's pretty amazing actually, but yeah, it just boggles the mind, this technology sometimes. Couldn't believe it myself. Yeah, built the whole house out of a computer printer.
Roger that. I saw something similar to that many years back, but they were printing just the blocks, you know, like the bricks. They were 3D printing those out of like some kind of material, you know, and then they just bring them to the site, you know, and leave them there. And then it was sort of the same thing. The computer designed the building around those blocks, you know, different kinds, you know, and then they just I think they had a machine that was like a robot came by and put them together too, if I remember right.
The amazing stuff there just boggles the mind. Yeah, it's amazing what it can do today. And yeah, I was wondering about the guns. Like you said, there's some kind of special bullet. I was thinking it probably wouldn't work with a regular one, but maybe. I don't know.
Roger that. Yeah, I was seeing on one of the media streams I was watching today, they had some guy in, I don't know, New York. They had to go in and get him, and the cops came, but they used one of these robotic police dogs now, and they showed it like coming out of the building, you know, strutting out there. It's got like a blue, you know, says like NYPD dog on it or something.
Once when I was a security guard, beautiful German Shepherd. Oh my God, Queenie, she was amazing. And the company I worked for was a joke. They never took care of her. There was supposed to be somebody there to change the water and feed her, and the construction workers were doing it. And then sometimes nobody did it. You know, it wasn't really any of their responsibility. I used to get there early every day, though, and I started doing it when I started working with her, taking care of her, and playing with her, and throwing the ball. She lived in this big giant pen over on the construction site. I don't know if they put grass or fake grass down, or was there already for her. So it was kind of nice with the grass, but, you know, giant cage. She could run and go crazy, but I just felt bad for her.
Roger that. Yeah, well, you know, they still use the dogs, right, for the canine unit and sniffing the drugs and stuff. I don't know, but kind of dangerous these days, you know, like suppose there's fentanyl there. You know, the dog probably got a whiff of the fentanyl, and that's the end of the dog in a couple of days.
You know, right? I don't know how they do that, but she was trained for that, of course, for sniffing, but she was trained, you know. And a new security guard was not to replace my shift, but when a new guard would come on to the company that she never knew before, I had to introduce her to him by walking side by side and slowly handing him the leash as I stepped back and walked back away, let him take her forward, and then she realized he had the leash. It was okay. Most guys that, you know, they knew her already, so that didn't have to happen too often. But, yeah, the company was a bunch of weirdos. It was the most bizarre thing ever. My girlfriend at the time saw an advertisement on Channel 11 WPIX New York, and it was one of those, you know, what's the guy's name? Joe something. He had a show at night, like a talk show. And let me roll it.
sounded like a long transmission. Unfortunately, it was nothing but noise from beginning to end. Got a lot of static. It makes bacon and eggs look like a cakewalk.
On UHF, is this any better?
Yeah, I don't know what happened, but I think you said, you were going to let it roll. And after you did that, then it was just pure noise all the way through, so you have to repeat it all over.
Well, I heard that when I let go of the mic, so I grabbed the other one. I had this radio on with the volume down. But let me switch back to VHF. I'm going to go to 240 and see how that one's doing. I've been on 240. I don't know what's going on.
Did the radio get too hot? Maybe an overheat.
It's not hitting the tower. It's weird. It's like let me see the PL. Like the PL maybe changed wrong, but that can't happen. That's programmed in there. Oh, there's no PL on 240. So that's just, wait a minute. I was on the wrong. Okay, yeah, 91.5 it says for the PL.
21,005. K2BLL repeater. This is K228 repeater.
No, I'm just going to stay on this radio. Back to you. Sorry about that. KV1QXT with K2BTE here. I'm not going to repeat it. It was just a messed up place of employment that kind of was screwing us around. Told you they didn't take care of the dog and all this other stuff. So I ended up leaving eventually. I worked for them for maybe a couple of months, and that was it. But it's the only time I worked with a dog. I really liked it, though. It was nice to just have them with you and do your rounds. It was in the dark, off the highway. You just never knew anybody was around. Roger.
Well, this was a robot dog. I don't know if I mentioned that. It's one of those Boston Dynamics robot gizmos. You have heard, or you haven't heard?
I haven't.
Yeah, InfoWars is always playing that video with them dancing around. They all come out. I think part of that is like a little overblown, though, because some of that looks like it's just cut and paste from the 3D demo. But I guess New York is the proving ground, and it's because I guess there's all the crime is there to test it out over in New York City.
You really have a robot dog? Are you serious? That it actually exists?
Yep. They've had these bomb robots for a while. They used one in that Dallas shooter, Black Lives Matter. He went out. He was a Black Lives Matter member, and he shot a bunch of Dallas police. And then the only way they could get him out was with the bomb robot. They you know, I guess they sent it in with a bomb and scared him out. But they've been talking about, you know, making robots, you know, to help with law enforcement for a while. But yeah, this is like just a four-legged robot dog. It holds its balance, and you know, it doesn't really look like a dog. I mean, it's got like four legs and a cylinder.
That's something. Never heard of that before. Well, learn something every day. That's probably the second thing I learned today. I already forgot what the first one was. Something about Echolink. Somebody was telling me. Oh well.
This is N2ACS system.
Yeah, well, that's that Boston Dynamics up there, and MIT and all of those colleges up there. You know, they're crazy with that technology and the AI stuff. And there's supposed to be a robot. Like I guess they're gonna try to use it for the military. Because there's one that's like human, you know, like, and there's videos you can see, you know, them testing it on video, and they've got to walk you through the woods, you know. It's just a matter of programming in different terrain so that it doesn't lose its balance, you know. But it's going to be a while before it's ready, you know, to be in prime time. It'll probably be in limited roles for a while, whatever they use it for.
Right, like a prototype. Just testing it out, I guess. Wow. Amazing stuff, man. I switched over to low, so I don't know if this is hopefully still good for you.
I'm just still coming in A-OK.
Okay, I shut off the Motorola. I don't know what happened with that. But that was weird on 000. I heard it coming back at me, so that could have been that tower. I don't know. But right now, I can't even. I was trying to point the antenna while you were talking to 240 to the maximum signal, and I still can't hit it. I don't know what's going on. It's very strange. You know, my phone went off earlier, too. The whole signal, because I watched the bars go down to nothing, and then I got this circle with the stripe through it. Lasted about, I don't know, 5-10 minutes, and it came back.
Roger that. Yeah, I was going to ask you about that Midland, because it's got like, I guess, what is it? Does it have a certain number of channels in there, and then it's got like a frequency range, and what do? You program in different channels up to a certain number. I don't know, what is it, like a 20 channel or something like that?
Well, I don't think they're clones, like I said, but mine has 22 channels programmed. What the guy did was he went on, I don't know, whatever site he used for repeaters, you know, to look up. And he said what I did was I took your zip code and I put the closest repeater first, and then each channel as you go, they get further and further away. So 1 through 6 is simplex, and 7 starts the repeaters, 7 through 22. That's how many repeaters he put in. Actually, they're spread out all over New York, down south Connecticut, up north. You know, he did like a circular search, I guess, you know, so many miles, I think 50 miles. So 1 through 6, like I said, that's simplex. 7 is Greylock. That's because obviously the closest tower, and then the next few are over in Albany, Schenectady, but I can't hit them. And I spoke to a few guys on 2 meters that said, or maybe it was on 6 meters on Greylock, and they said they couldn't hit them. So they're probably not up and running. So the only tower is Greylock. That's it. And the simplex, yeah, I think those first 6 channels may be the same first 6 that are in this one, because those are just national simplex that he put in, so yours probably has the same. As far as repeaters, channels, I don't know, but while you do your next transmission, I'll punch in real quick here. If I pull up the eBay where I bought it, it'll describe it in the description. It tells what's programmed in it.
Okay, roger that. So it sounds like it's a 22 channel, or I guess 22 memory, and I noticed like that hole in the top, it looks like a patch cable or something goes in there. I was just kind of trying to get the gist of, its functions and everything.
Right, I guess that's where your program cable plugs in, but mine has the same. Like I said, it's the same radio, they're just not cloned. Here we go. Parts repair. What does this say? Might be good for repeater transmitter. Okay, Midland 70-035. Low band, 22 channel, XTR series, 50 watt, mobile transceiver with mic. This unit has some issues, but it does transmit. Might be good for a repeater transmitter. VTO shows E3 error occasionally, and no receipt, but that might be the CTTS board. Maybe other issues. Currently programmed in tune to 22 common transmit 6-meter frequencies, including 52.525, the national simplex. Radio will not be DOA, but sold strictly as is, and it is not working properly. Would be a good technical project. So that's it, pretty much. 22 common TX 6-meter frequencies. So are they all simplex? Are they repeater? I'm not sure. I think he said the next one I bought, he wrote something back. You know what? I erased the messages though. So I think there is some repeaters in there. And see what the outputs are.
Yeah, I'd have to throw like I guess a dummy load on or something, or like trim that antenna down, I guess.
Right, and if you do that, I have a list here of what my radio has in it, and like I said, I'm almost, would bet to guess the first 6 simplex are the same in both. Because why would he, change that? Then he takes your zip code after he does that and puts in repeaters for the rest of the channels. So I don't know. He might have done that with that one because he did have the zip code where he's shipping it, right? But he doesn't know if that's where you're going to use it, I guess. So yeah, maybe if you can figure that out and get back to me with a list, I can look at mine, and if they match, then it is probably the same. You can just put on channel 7, and I can throw my call out or see if Greg's on and see if you can hear us too. Or just go through all, leave it on scan and see if you can hear us when we're on 6 meters.
Roger, KA2PTE for ID. So you have a similar model, or like almost the same model, but it's got, I guess it's maybe a newer one with different features.
Actually, no, it's the exact same model, but it's not cloned, meaning I don't think it has the same channels. Same exact radio, though, same functions and everything, yeah.
Okay, so, yeah, I guess
The time
in order to program it, you have to have some kind of that patch cable, I guess, that goes into the top.
I think that's the only, because I'm looking on the back, it's just the power plug, and on the front is the mic plug, so Yeah, I wouldn't go in the mic plug. Not in this radio. That's too old for that. So yes, that's where the programming cable plugs in, and I guess the other end would go to your computer, and then you have to have a program for it. Like I said, I don't know. Hopefully, you can find that online, maybe somewhere for free. Would be nice. It's an older radio, so you probably will. You know, on message boards, was it QRZ, that site or whatever. I bet you'll find it because it's such an old radio. These are probably, I'm guessing, 80s models, maybe 70s, late 70s, 80s. Thing you can try is he may have programmed it the same. So that would mean channel 7 would be Greylock. So you could always, like I said, just maybe switch it to there and key it, see if you get something back. And if not, then you know, you can listen when we're on it and see if you're hearing it at all.
Roger that. Yeah, I just looked. I popped that little rubber cover off and looked in there, and it's basically like a 10-pin. Almost looks like a computer motherboard connector in there. But it's weird. I've never seen any that small. I might have something laying around to fit that. I might have to cut it. Yeah, it looks like almost like a floppy drive, you know, header, but it's just less pins on it.
Well, more than myself, although I've surprised myself with things I'll find. Like I told you, I found that thing with the box, the RCA jack, and the DIN plug, which I don't know. But, you know, more so than myself, I would figure that you would have probably something that would fit that, so that's good.
Yeah, because it looks like they made the radio in like 1991, so like back then there was no USB, so there was like what do they call it? Serial, just a serial port. You know, they were usually 9 pins. That might be what it is, because I think if I remember right, you know, your old serial jack on your motherboards used to look like that, and then you could just bring them right out, you know, into they call it a Type D, I think, connector. So yeah, maybe.
We want UXP with KA2PTE for ID. Yeah, well, hopefully you can work with that and get it going. Like I said, it might be programmed though, so hopefully it is. You won't have to go through any of that. That's funny, a floppy. Wow. Yeah, 91 too. I didn't think. I thought they were probably older than that, but still pretty old though. You know, what is it? 20, 30 years or something. Wow.
Yeah, Roger, because like 91, you know, we're talking still the Nintendo 8-bit, you know, gaming system. That sort of was so good. So 8-bit computing, and then 16-bit computing was just like coming in. Well, actually, no, it was around for a while, but 8-bit computing was still, you know, the bee's knees.
Yeah, I wish I could have deciphered all the rest of that. After Nintendo, you lost me with the bits and this and that. So, but that's all right. I'm not asking you to explain it. I'm just saying how computer ignorant I am. Forget it. I'm lost. But I mean, I kind of get it. But I have an old tower computer that if you don't have anything, I could give you that. Probably just let you have it, but at least to program it with if you need it. I know it has those serial ports on the back of it, I think. Yeah, it's got a 3.5-inch floppy, the small ones.
Roger that. Yeah, I got a lot of those laying around myself. Thanks anyway. But after a while, you start collecting a lot of stuff, and you got to kind of be careful, because otherwise, before you know it, you'll have more stuff than you realize. Well, you know, I guess you've got the same problem with the radios. It sounds like.
Radios and records. Lots and lots of records. Oh, man. Yeah, my house is leaning that one room that's full of records and radios. You know, two of the heaviest things you could possibly collect, right? Radio, not all radios, but especially the old ones. I got two ones, and there you go. And records, forget it. They're just too damn heavy.
Roger that. Yeah, I'm guessing that's probably what it is. Like a 910 or, you know, serial port. Because, like, just really way back, what they used to do was, you know, before they had the mouse, well, they started off with the first mouse was actually a serial type mouse, and then later on they made it into that, they called it a PS2 mouse that had like 5-pin circular connector on it. But the earlier mice had this kind of connector that I'm thinking goes in there. It's just a matter of finding one. I don't know. I doubt that I even have one. Well, I might. I have to look through some junk boxes, but I might have something that actually fits in there. Yeah, and then it'll be a matter of finding the program, and then I'd probably have to get a computer that's like capable of running that program, whatever it is. It might be DOS, who knows.
Point 2.
The mices. Then they had the plug, the little round one that looked like mine had a purple one on it, like a purple mini DIN. And I'm sure it's DOS, the DOS. Yeah, no, it probably is being that old. I bet you anything. Well, 91, I guess, was there Windows? Yeah, sort of. I think there was at that time. But the radio itself, programs from DOS, I bet.
Yeah, I think there was Windows 3.11. I remember that. I ran into something recently where you can emulate. You could actually run Windows 3.11 on your, you know, newer Windows machine. Just to like emulate the, you know, what it looked like, I guess, back in the day.
K1EQX repeater.
Windows, wow. I guess that's where I started on. Yeah, probably. Wow, that's been that long already. Well, that's neat to have that, though, kind of a retro thingy, I guess. So it's all functional, though. It just looks like it, like it used to back then.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing is, you know, the mouse and the file manager, you know, to keep track of the hard drive stuff on there, and, you know, then you got all of these applications like, you know, calculator, you know, that was, came with it. It's very similar, you know. They started with very, you know, minimal things, and then, you know, they eventually added on to them. But Windows 3.11, that was, I think you could run an 8 or a 16-bit computer with that. Because the 8-bit stuff was the 8088 processors. I learned about those in trade school and college a little bit. They were the, you know, big scary monsters of the day. Let me let it roll. and then like as far as the IBM stuff goes, they called those XT class, and then they when they went into 16-bit computers, they called them the AT class, and everybody was really amazed, with that, because 16-bit it just means that it's processing twice as much information as the 8-bit would be able to do at the same time frame. And then after that came the I think it was the 386, and they still call that today. I think they call it X386 or something like that. That was just a 16-bit computer running with higher and higher clock speeds, and then eventually they went to 32-bit in like, I don't know, 1995 or 94, somewhere around there, and then that was when the Windows 95 came out.
What are they now? 64, 128? It just kept doubling the bits as the time the years go on, or does that stop somewhere? See, that's what I mean. I couldn't answer that because I'm just computer illiterate. I don't know. I think everything maybe has a limit, but maybe not. But yeah, I'm on the UHF, so I don't have to roll it. I think I've been timing it when I talk. It goes over a minute, but I think I hit 2 once. It was still on. I don't want to push it. I guess, of course, though, maybe the equipment doesn't get as warm or as hot as the VHF stuff. Maybe that's why the timer's longer, or there's none at all. I don't know. But and maybe another question you can answer for me, a hand related. How come on the Greylock, sometimes I'll time out and it just beeps, and that's it. It cuts me off. Other times I've noticed too, when other people or myself time out, the whole, the repeater just whatever it does, it says whatever and it shuts down. But other ones I notice don't do that. They just, cut you off and then that's it. They don't shut down. Is that just because whoever, decides to set it up that way, I guess?
Yeah, it's probably the repeater manager, whoever it is. I don't know. They have a repeater manager at the radio club, and I think they might have something where, like, if they know they're going to have a net where people might, be talking a long time, maybe they have a different parameter they change, so that it's only a brief, pause. But that one that we had yesterday, or the day before, that one is the I would say that's the standard one. That's it holds down, locks the repeater out for a little while, and then it announces, it's back.
The norm than not, but yeah, if it seems the other way, I'm not doubting you. I'm just saying because that's the only one I've ever heard shut down like that. So I get it though. You don't want the thing burning out, or I know how hot my radios get after a minute back and forth with just one person, and then even in the round, it still gets even with 4 people, it's pretty hot.
Yeah, I guess it does. I don't know. I don't know if VHF radios by default, normally get that hot, or then again, I know this local club here. They had something they called them repeater cavities, and I don't know what they were, but they sold them at a fest. But you can get pretty, you can go pretty crazy, I think, with repeaters, and wattage and, antennas and I guess, cooling and stuff. You can have a big rack in there with fans, I guess, if you got cooling problems.
Yeah, well, up here in this part of the country, at least you would think, at least I would, wherever the repeater is, if it's in a room or wherever, just, shut the heat off. It's winter. It'll be nice and cool. Definitely would keep the equipment cooled down, I'm sure.
Roger that. Yeah, well, I imagine it's, a lot of work maintaining all those gizmos up there, and that's why they got the club and all that stuff going on. I think they got another, they had at least one other repeater in, what's that, Ray Barrington or something, a little more, I guess, south of Pittsfield somewhere.
Yeah, and I can't hit that one from here, even though it's closer than the one I hit in Hudson. But it just could be the terrain, I suppose. There's something blocking in that direction, but there's nothing blocking in the other direction, even though it's a bit further. It's not much farther, but almost. It's Hudson, New York. If you look on a map, I think it's just east of where Mass and Connecticut meet. And of course, that's right where Great Barrington is, a little north of there. But I tried. I'm not able to hit that tower unless I've got the wrong PL. I'm sure I just went by what it said on whatever site I was doing the repeater directory. I think that was it.
Yeah, Simtron's got a message for you. He says, "You're gonna bounce your signal off the moon."
Signal off the moon? Are you crazy? Yeah, that'd be fun. I wouldn't mind doing that kind of stuff.
Speaking of the moon, yeah, that reminds me. There was a video I saw today on an alternate YouTube channel. They covered all the big three conspiracy theories, and ties right into our generation. The first one was JFK. The second one was the moon landing, and the third one was 9/11. The 9/11 one was they combined them all into like an hour video. It was kind of long. The 9/11 stuff was really really good. They talked about masking, the video editing and stuff like that, and they said that everybody pretty much fell for that on day one. So if I find it again, I'll send you the link. I think you'd like watching that one.
Roger that. I probably would. KV1QXP with K8PTE. Yeah, my theory on the moon is, from all the stuff I've gathered over the years, it seems like something happened. And common sense would tell me, especially at that time, the government would probably have a plan in place. So what if we get there, right, and there is little green men? I mean, just whatever, right? And, we can't show that on TV. People are going to freak. There'll be riots. Forget it. End of the world. So we have to have a backup plan. And I believe that stuff they showed was filmed on the Earth because of the shadows and the angles. Now, people that say that, they'll try to debunk that we ever went to the moon at all. And that's not what I'm saying. We went. I totally believe it. But I believe what the public was shown and what NASA and the government know are two completely different things. And that's just my theory. That would explain the angles and the shadows and those doubters. But I would also advise them, they went. This was, they probably had this pre-planned. They would have to think about it. I mean, it just stands to reason. I don't know. But that's my theory on it all, and that's what I think happened. What we saw was not actually on the moon, but they did go, and they just are not going to tell us what's there.
Roger. KA2PTE for ID. Well, if you ever get to talk to Greg, K1YW, he's out in Hudson, Massachusetts. He's the guy that helps me with my station and everything, and he sometimes comes on this repeater to try to find me. He says he can never get me, but he definitely believes that was all fake, you know, and he's like a really smart electrical engineer, you know. I haven't not really got into the debate too much with him, but, you know, I told him I used to work at Grumman Aerospace Corp at headquarters in Bethpage where they made that lunar LEM, the LEM. Let me let it roll. I mean, everybody that was, you know, in the hangar that working on our airplane, you know, they were always talking about the LEM, you know, I mean, in high regard, you know, and it was like, I don't know, it just, you know, like it didn't fit in as like a fake, you know, kind of thing that they just made up, you know, coming back from lunch drunk or something, you know. It was like, it was just the LEM was a topic of, you know, just as much sincerity and respect as any other airplane, you know, that they made there. You know, I saw like I had a big hallway with pictures of all the airplanes, you know, that Grumman made, you know, from way back in like the 30s all the way up to that time. And the guy that trained me, actually, let me let it roll again. The guy that trained me was in the Air Force, and he worked at the Johnson Space Center for a little bit during the program. And I don't know, while, you know, I had my problems with that guy near the end when I left. He was one of the reasons I left, because he got a little bit too lazy, wanted me to do all the work. But as far as like him teaching me, you know, his skill was sound, you know. So I look at that and I say, you know, if it was all fake, you know, why did they have skilled technicians of his caliber there? You know, what were they doing? Just like, I don't know, spinning dials, turning switches, and watching numbers on the screen all day? You know, I mean, that's got to be crazy.
I would have to agree with both of you then, because I agree with you. I believe we went there. I'm not saying that was fake, but I think what we saw on TV was fake. Those black and white videos and all that we heard, I think, was all done ahead of time, just in case they got there and they couldn't show a live feed because of, you know, the four-headed monster they saw or whatever running across the background. So yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying that's what I believe. That kind of makes more sense if you think about it, because it's true. When you do look at the angles, the shadows, and all, it is kind of strange. I've seen the debunkers, and I agree. I'm like, yeah, but I think we went. I just think that's just probably a cover-up video, you know, for, like I said, for the sheeple to see and not know what the truth is.
Roger. Yeah, well, my friend Greg is more like, you know, he'll agree, you know, that he goes, I'm not saying that it, you know, that program, the space program, didn't create like millions of dollars worth of jobs and create, you know, thousands of high-tech industry companies, because they just took money and they, you know, wanted to build things, you know. And he was sort of saying that, you know, I think at one point he said the LEM was, or, well, I wasn't sure if it was him, but somebody else said the LEM was just too thin, you know. It was like, there was nothing to it, you know, and you could have like, you know, crumpled it in your hand or something, like some parts of it, you know, like, were very thin, you know. But when you watch the Grumman Aerospace, there's a documentary about it, you know. I mean, and they're like these, they call them back then the propeller heads, you know. They had those beanies with the propeller on them, and they had these like Coke bottle glasses. I mean, and those were some good engineers back then, you know. I gotta say that. I've run into them, and, you know, those are the guys from the vacuum tube days and all that stuff. And I don't know. It's hard for me to picture any of them saying anything that's, you know, a crock, you know, unless they're drunk. You know, there were some I ran into at Grumman that were drunk, you know, and it was obvious they were, you know, but at the same time, even when they were drunk, the things they said, you know, were still scientifically correct. You know, they just presented them drunkenly.
SGs right then. I was timing that, and I started the stopwatch a few seconds into your transmission, and when you let go, it was a minute and 20-something seconds. I don't know. Who knows? It depends on which hour you're on. Like I said, who sets it up, but yeah, well, there's also the theory about the radiation belt and all that. And again, like I said, I agree with you that it happened and they went. I believe that. But what we saw, I don't think that was real. But I don't know. And what was the other thing I heard that was kind of iffy or questionable? Somebody was arguing once, I think, about the radio transmission. Just they're two ways, whatever they use, you know, to communicate that, I forget what they said about it. Not that it couldn't be done, but it would be delayed, or, I don't know, I forget what it was. It was, again, one of those debunkers that were just trying to prove it didn't happen at all. So, again, that's not what I think, but who knows? We'll never really know, will we? Maybe when we die someday. I don't know. It's a theory, too. Do we die and know everything then all of a sudden? I hope so. Who knows?
Roger that. I don't know. I'm thinking the timeout might be 90 seconds. I could be wrong. But you're welcome to reset the timer, I guess, if you want. But, well, you know, you probably remember, you know, the Cold War was very real, right? And I mean, there was no doubt we wanted, you know, once Sputnik went up, we were, you know, obsessed with, you know, beating them out, you know, and we were going head to head with them, you know, with the space launches. And there's documentaries out there about, you know, Russia, you know, trying to get there, and you know, they almost did. I think there was, you know, it was pretty close. They had some navigational trouble with their landing mission. Let me let it roll. But you know, I remember the competition was, you know, very intense. So I mean, the thing too, I think somebody pointed this out, is why wouldn't Russia have, since they were following us so closely, why wouldn't they have come out? I mean, it would have been in their best interest as soon as this fakery, you know, they saw it. You know, they would have said, oh, you know, here's, you know, they were number two, you know, in the world, trying to compete with it. So why, like today, the videos I saw was a company in the UK that does movie special effects. They were the ones debunking all of this, and they were saying, you know, most of it they could do in their studio, but you know, a lot of it didn't look like real. It didn't to me look like the same footage I saw back in the day, live on the TV. It looked like something they did in their studios, you know. So I don't know.
Yeah, did you watch it in second grade too? On the big giant black and white TV that they had in the front of the classroom. And they plugged it in and turned it on, and there it was. So, there was something else I watched. Oh, maybe that was later that day. I remember seeing it again on the news later, watching it at home. But that was during the afternoon. I remember we were still in school. I think it was, second grade. I remember what school it was now, so I know it was. So that was what, God. I can't even think. Probably 71, something like that.
Yeah, probably. I know they were saying on this documentary today, they said people, could watch the moon landing on the color TV, but I'm pretty sure it was in the store windows because, of TV retailer store, because not a lot of people had the color. I think by the time we got our first color TV, it was 73 or 74, and we had black and white all before that. And I think we might have saw it in black and white, but it was probably a replay or something like that, but it's hard to explain it to people these days because it was just such a different era, it was like, another world back then, right?
KB1QXP with KA2PTE. Well, if I'm not mistaken, it was done in black and white, though, I thought, but I could be wrong. I don't ever remember seeing it in color. However, I also don't remember ever not having color TV because I guess I was lucky. My grandfather was a TV repairman, and since I was born, I remember color. We had a Quasar Motorola TV console with the 4 legs, pretty big screen, 20-something inches, whatever it was, 27 or whatever. Was the biggest, but the next one down maybe. And like 2 or 3, I guess. Yeah, we had when I was 2. I remember that TV. The house we lived in when I was 2 years old in the living room. So that was color, but I mean a lot was still black and white on TV. But I knew what color was. NBC was big on color. The peacock with all the feathers. I remember that emblem. And yeah, so I don't know, but like I said, maybe it was because my grandfather repaired televisions. I just thought that was the norm. I was shocked right now when you said 73. I'm like, whoa, really? Yeah, wow, I guess so. But both grandparents, though, even the other grandparents, they had a color set, a Zenith console with the stereo built in. It has AM, FM, and the turntable and the 2 speakers. It was nice sound actually for the thing that it was, all in one unit like that. But yeah, wow, I don't remember that being in color, but maybe that was the moon landing. But I remember the TVs always being color. I had a black and white in my room though. That's all I ever had in my room as a kid, was black and white. I didn't care though. At least I had a TV.
Roger that, KA2PTE Friday. Yeah, well, what was I going to say? That was sort of like what we had, that console you described with the phonograph, the radio, everything built in, turntable. It was like the top opened up, and the CRT was like in the middle, and those 2 speakers on either side. It stood up on legs, and we had that. That was like a Magnavox. I think we had that for a while. That was the last black and white that we had. And then we, got the Zenith Chromacolor, I remember. And my dad was pretty, poor, really. And he did custodial work, for the county, basically, cleaning and stuff. So didn't have a lot of money for the latest and the greatest. We kind of scraped by and, just got by with not a lot of money. Let it roll. But, this was way before I even thought about working on anything electronic. But, what was I going to say? Let me try to, hang on a second.
Zenith color chrome or something.
Right, yeah, the Zenith Chromacolor TV we got, but when you were saying about the broadcast, was like I had said, most people saw the moon landing in 1969, out on the store window of the TV repair store, or they couldn't. Most people didn't have the color TV, but they did broadcast the. You're right. The cameras they used were black and white on the moon. And when they got they were explaining that today in this video that I watched, and they said when they got them at the Cape Canaveral, or Houston, wherever it was, they could inject the color, they could make them color, turn the black and white into color with the machinery. They described what it was, and then they could broadcast it in color. But your black and white TV could still pick up the color, but it just wouldn't show the color, right?
Oh yeah, it would just be like turn the color knob all the way down. That's all. It just gets washed out. But yeah, well, they can colorize anything nowadays. I didn't think of that. So yeah, see how they would do that. Maybe food, color now. But how much color is on the moon? Right? It's like a desert wasteland, like Arizona. It's like, here's a big moon crater. Let's put a town here. Whoever genius that was back in the 1800s. Ugh, desolate Death Valley moon crater. Looks horrible place. Let's live there. See how much I loved it. But yeah, you can see. I guess the flag emblems on there, silver. Yeah, outfits are silver, right? The ship, the gray moon. I mean, what color is there anyway when you really think about it, other than the flag up there? But yeah, I'll look at that, into that. Yeah, when you said that, that definitely sounds interesting. That's interesting stuff. Yeah, and I know a guy, a fireman, who was a 9/11 fireman. So yeah, that was crazy stuff too.
EOQ.
I'll see if I can find that and email it over to you. It's kind of long. And then, well, they started off with the JFK, and actually, when I started to watch this video, I was like, I wonder how long it's going to take me before I just start laughing and wander over to something else, But I was surprised, because a lot of times you get these younger people on there, and they're just so out of touch with reality. They're smoking something. It's obvious. They shouldn't be using the computer while intoxicated. But this one was pretty good. And he mentioned the Zapruder film, and he said, I'll have to look and see too, because I want to make sure it's the right, film and everything. But he said that when you're looking at the limousine, come by in the front, in the foreground, right? I don't know if that's the right word. Let me let it roll. The limo is like close to the bottom of the screen. It's like supposed to be closer to the camera guy. But he said the people standing on the grass above the limo, they're larger than the other people in proportion. And he was right. I looked at it and I said, yeah, they are bigger. Why are they? Because when the further distance they are away from the vehicle, they should be smaller, in proportion than the people that are in it. And then if you look very carefully, you could see that's a I don't know how to explain it, but they do this in animation with cartoons. You've probably seen old cartoons where it's like, like Bugs Bunny. He's like, he's animated and he's just running, and they have this big like moving background, behind him showing mountains and trees and all moving. So it's like that animation. So it reminded me of that, and I said, maybe he's onto something. I think he's trying to point out that there was that Bruder film was doctored at some point.
Yeah, interesting stuff. I definitely would take a look at that. Huh. Yeah, I know. I've heard so many conspiracies about that too. All this stuff. But listen, I got QWC. So I'm gonna do that, and I'll just be back in a few minutes.
All right, roger that. I'll be standing by on frequency.
KV1QXT.
L repeater. FFKCL162.2.
Back, got intercepted there by Greg, so if you want to jump up to 910, we could do that if you want. Let me know.
Oh, yeah. Can you repeat that?
I said I got intercepted by Greg on my way back to the radio, so he was on 6 meters, so I told him that probably if you're game, we can jump up to 910 if you want a QSY.
Yeah, sure. Sounds good. You want to go now?
Roger that. Okay, I'll meet you up there then. So QSY to 910.
Okay, roger that. K2PTE QSY.
V1QX, speed clear. UHF I just got off of KV1QXP, hopefully with KA2PTE and N1SFF. Let's see, so I guess go ahead, Steve, and then Greg, if you're both in there.
I got you in here, coming in DFQ. So, I don't know. Let's see if Greg is in there. N1, let's see, Sierra Foxtrot. Are you there? This is KA2PTE.
King Roland to Lone Star. King Roland to Lone Star. Are you there? N1SFF.
Okay, we're all here, and even King Roland. So, I had just gone QWC when I was telling Steve, when I got back to him, that you had intercepted me on the 6 meter, and there it goes, blasting off its ID. So I have to remember, I'm not on UHF anymore, which I'm getting to really like because there's no timeout, apparently, or it's much longer for whatever reason. But anyway, I'll pass it over to Steve and then do a little more talking on the next go round. KB1QXP.
Okay, roger that. Well, Yeah, I was, I wanted to say that I sent you the link in the email for that video that we were talking about, and while you were on break there, I was dialing up another video to watch, and it's the same channel. It says it was about flat Earth, so I was starting to look at that and shake my head. Over to you, Greg, N1, Foxtrot, I'm sorry, Sierra Foxtrot from KA2PTE.
Okay, K2PTE N1SFF. Let me stop right there, and can you tell me a signal report, sir? How am I making Greylock?
Sounds very good over here. How's he sound over where you are, Billy?
Quiet. He sounds fine here. Like you always do. Even from that direction. Well, I can't say that. No, Phil's pretty strong in there too. His audio is just lower than yours. But other than that, your signals are both strong and they're dead quiet.
Yeah, well, I choke up on the mic, and I'm running 60 watts, so with a new antenna, and I think the new antenna is making a hell of a difference. It's a Tram 1400. I wanted to get a Tram 1480, which is a dual band, and I ordered the Tram 1400 by mistake, but you know what? I think I'm going to live with it.
I hate when that happens. Order the wrong part? Oh, jeez. Well, not to change the subject, but, well, I should tell Steve, too, this Greg here was nice enough, because first night we talked, I mentioned telephone equipment, and I was kind of telling him, like yourself, about the telephone days, stuff that I was doing. So he's sending me 4 telephone butts, because I have a few already, and I just like them, and he collects them. So he's got some spares that he's sending to me. I'm going to roll it here. So in return, I have a record he requested. He knows what that one is. He's getting the Ozark Mountain Daredevils. I went through a box of records today, and I collect certain labels. One of the labels I collect is Apple, the Beatles label. So I've got here 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, about 7 or 8 45s. They're just duplicates. They're in pretty good shape, good to fair. I mean, most of them are very good. And so I'm going to send those along so you can enjoy that. They range from Mary Hopkins to the Beatles themselves, and there might even be some Badfinger in here. I'm not too sure. So anyway, I'll pass it over to Steve now. K2PTE.
Roger that. Did you say phone bugs like Bravo, Uniform, Golf, Sierra bugs? Is that what you said?
Butts, like what you sit on, phone butts. The test units that the repairmen carry on their belts.
Oh, so like you mean the handset thing?
Well, let Greg tell you.
Butt sets.
Yeah, it's alien to me. Just never heard that term before.
Okay, when a telephone repairman had a device to tap into the phone lines and make a call or check the phone lines, it would hang off their belt and around their butt, so they were termed butt sets.
Okay, but Does it look like a telephone handset?
QSL with a pair of wires coming out, one red, one black, with an angled bed of nails connector.
Okay, yeah, that rings a bell. No pun intended. But yeah, all right, sounds good. Well, yeah, Billy sounds like he's disconnected into that phone stuff. And yeah, I remember the green apple. I think it was on the Beatles records. I remember which one did I have? Oh, I think when they went to Paul McCartney and Wings, I think they kept that green one as well. Is that right, Billy?
Roger that. They all did for a while anyway. They, there was that big thing with Apple. They were suing each other and all that. So, but they did solo stuff on that label for sure for quite a few years after the breakup.
K1FFK.
So yeah, Greg, Billy and I were talking about the moon landing on the other repeater, and I guess conspiracy versus hoax. I think Billy and I pretty much are of the opinion we agree that we did go to the moon.
There was too much telemetry data done by amateur radio operators in multiple continents, and you couldn't have faked that data. No, we hit the moon. We did it. Conspiracy theorists, this one, they're blowing it out their backside. We did it. It was for real, and just the RF itself. We're ham radio operators. Just the RF itself that was heard from multiple stations backs that up.
Roger that. Yeah, well, I guess the trouble with these, the trouble with the conspiracy theorists is they're of the digital computer age, and they're obsessed with this CGI stuff, and they'll take the original footage and they'll put it under the digital photoshopping, and there's a lot of stuff out there that's floating around that's obviously been doctored, to intentionally, I guess, create a commotion. But let me let it roll here. Like I was saying to Billy, and he probably remembers, you probably remember too, was number 2 on our list of competitors was Russia, right? We were in the Cold War with them, and that was the whole idea. When Sputnik went up, we're going to beat them to the moon, and we did. And you'd think that if there was anything like this, which was just sheer, obvious, quote-unquote fakery, I would think Russia would have been the first ones to come out and get us on it. You just never even heard such a thing, never even heard a peep out of them at all.
No, we just downright beat them. And yes, of course, during the Cold War and before that, if they thought we were playing magician games through Hollywood, they would have called bull stuff on that a long time ago.
My only thing is I don't believe what we saw was real. I think that was all filmed ahead of time, but I do believe we went. I believe there was something they didn't want us to see, and they, of course, common sense would tell you they would have a plan B, a backup just in case they landed and there was the seven-headed monster, we can't show the public that. So I do, that's when these people come in with the angles and the shadows. I agree with them on all that, but I don't agree we didn't go. I think we went. I just think that what the public saw was what they wanted us to see. I just truly believe that.
I think what you saw was real, but that's my own opinion. I don't have anything to base it on other than childhood naivete at the time, but, you know, myself as well as hundreds of thousands, if not millions of other young people at the time were kept awake to see that, and I remember clearly being in my living room with my father and mother when this happened, and I was a little tyke, and I truly believe it did happen as advertised, but could there have been some manipulation in my later years? Yes, I think so, but basically I think the narrative is true.
Well, also, editing could have been done, right? It could have been so much delayed and someone was fast with the editing. Like you said, something was done, maybe a variation of it, or I don't know. But it's just a theory I have. I have nothing to base it on either. Except the people that say, you know, well, look at the angle of the sun, look at the shadows of this and that. And I'm like, yeah, it looked weird to me. I'm like, so, and then again, I always thought, well, you would want to have a plan B just in case. I mean, right? How could you not? I mean, you're just going to go up there blindly to a place you've never been with cameras and all, go busted in like gangbusters and show everyone here. Well, what if there's something, you know, I don't know. It doesn't have to be a monster. It could be anything. They didn't want someone to see. How would they couldn't go back and change it, so I would think you would have to have some kind of a backup plan or something. That's just me. That's what I'm thinking. I saw it. I was 5 years old. I remember.
Yeah, but look at the technology of the time. How much editing, how much manipulation could they do? Hell, we were talking vacuum tubes at the time. A vacuum tube is basically equal to a transistor. So you had very low level electronic circuits. I don't think the manipulation factor was anything. Now today with the computers and the CGI and everything else, oh hell yeah, we could have made you think anything you wanted to. But back then, we didn't have the prowess. We didn't have the electronics. We didn't have the ability. It was all analog signals. So that, in my opinion, leads to the credence of, yeah, this really fucking happened.
I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm not saying I believe it happened with every fiber of my being. I know we went, but still, I don't know. They could have had a close-up of the craft in the desert. It was all black and white, so that's not a problem. There, just get the lighting, the shading right, and they could cut to the close-up. Okay, because we don't want them to see that. All right, now go back. You know, something like that. What I meant by editing. That's really not editing, kind of. Or like the other theory I had, like that it's just all was taped ahead of time. You know, they showed it nice, benign.
Time out. Over. APU. Release clear. Repeater. Ready.
Those us coffee.
From the Northeast, USA,
It's a whiskey.
ACF system.
Coffee, I don't drink coffee, but I was telling Greg on 6 meters last night, I'll give you 5 cups of tea, because that equals 1 cup of coffee in the caffeine department.
wasn't sure who was going to hit the timeout. I figured it would be one of you guys.
I'm a spark plug than drink tea.
K1SSK.
So, Greg, you were saying you got a new antenna, and it seems like you're hitting the repeater better.
Talking to Phil on the simplex over there, where he is. Timed out. So I was leaving it up to one of you guys. On the Apple, if it was Wings, right? Probably, what did they do? Band on the Run, Hell on Wheels, Jet was another one.
Yeah, I think I had Live and Let Die.
Oh, okay. I like that one. Actually like the flip side better. If you ever flipped it over, it's called I Lie Around. It might have been a live cut even from a concert. It's never on any album that they did. But yeah, I remember I have that 45. In fact, I listened to that a few days ago. That's both sides of that.
Roger. K2PTE for ID. Well, it's interesting now that I know you're into 45s. There's a guy. He's actually in Pittsfield. His name's Larry Krapka, and he's a ham radio operator, I think. And he does a show called Nothing But Old 45s. You ever hear of that?
No, but I was thinking of doing a show like that myself because there's Aunt Marion on the planet WBCQ in Monticello, Maine. That's the station I told you about. Every Sunday's Marion's had it. She plays in the 78s. So I thought, why doesn't somebody do a show with, 45s?
Yeah, this guy, he's been doing it for years. I heard him on the local AM station, and I dropped him an email because something told me he was a ham radio guy, just the way he was, doing the show. And he replied back and gave me his call sign, and he has some pretty good stories. He knows like all the, when it hit the chart and, things, behind, the stories of the music and all that.
Still on DES?
Say again?
Is it still on the local there? What is it, WBES?
Yeah, WBTN, yep.
BTN, okay, yeah. So what one is it on? What day, what time?
It's on quite a lot. I'm thinking like Friday. I don't know for sure. It's been a while, but I'm thinking the last time I remember it was like Friday or Saturday night.
I'll have to check that out. Yeah, there was a few, what do you call it, doo-wop guys that were doing 45s on some college and what are they called? Community radio, non-commercial, below 92. When I was living in Winston, that startled me. That's the 6-meter going off. If you hear it, sorry about that. Yeah, so that would be neat. So he doesn't play any certain era, right? He just plays any kind of old 45.
Roger, yeah. I mean, in the beginning, it seemed like it was really the oldies, I think he had some like 40s, stuff, but I don't know if they were 45s or not. But then he went into like mostly the 60s, a lot of that, and then even the 80s, he was, because I remember he was talking about, Blondie and Madonna, and he had that Ghostbusters song on there once, and he said that that was plagiarized from that Huey Lewis song.
Yeah, I hear it. That's funny. Wow, as soon as you said it, I was like, wow, that's true. What is the Huey Lewis song, though? Not harder rock and roll, it's a slower one. But yeah, I definitely hear that. That's funny.
I think it's from I Need a New Drug.
That's it. I Want a New Drug. Yeah. What was the one Weird Al did? What was it? I Want a New what? I can't even think of it now. Weird Al did a lot of parodies. I know he did one with that song, but I can't think of what it was. Makes sense. Oh well, might come to me. Fan of theirs, but the first one they ever did, "Do You Believe in Love?" I love that song. I think that rocks. I've always thought that's one of my favorites. It's probably not even theirs because that was like their, first hit. But then they had like much bigger ones after that that people know, like that one that you just said, and Harder Rock and Roll.
And I think he does those one-hit wonders of the 80s.
He does do like errors or themes or theme show or something like that, and that's cool. I used to do that with my folk and roll show. I used to do themes sometimes. If it was a rainy day, I used to do rain songs. If it was a full moon, I'd do moon songs. Yeah, I would tell the audience that's what I was doing. And sometimes I would just mix it up and do anything. Other times I would stick to called the folk and roll show. So anything from folk music to rock and roll and anything in between. That's how I would do my opening announcement. So yeah, pretty interesting. I'll have to try to find that and check it out. I'm going to pass it over to Greg if he's back now. And I heard myself echo for a second on the 6, so he must have hit the button by mistake. Go ahead, Greg, if you're there. Blip come over the 6-meter, and it sounded like it was echoing what I was saying for a second. Like he hit the mic. Hope he's all right. Maybe he hit the QWC or something.
K1FFK.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting show. I remember when I could catch it, it was good, good listening. And I mean, it's all remote done. You know, he has a studio at home, and he just, records everything. The whole thing, and then I guess I don't know. He probably emails it or has like a cloud somewhere, and then they just snag it from the cloud. And the radio station, it's all computerized these days. Everything is all like playlists and etc. There's very few real DJs there, and they just schedule it, for a certain time, and the computer does the rest.
DJ for a while there. I was there actually probably 4.5 years, but towards the end, the last few months, it was just so much of a drive because I had moved, and it was a couple of hours just to get across the state. Connecticut, from Clinton up to Torrington, up to the corner almost. So I kind of gave it up, but I was doing mini discs for a while because it was a 2-hour show. I guess I could have sent 2 CDs, but then somebody would have to be there and change it. But with the mini disc, it was, they go for hours. So I would do 2 hours on a mini disc and snail mail it. I wonder if VGN does that, except like a CD for an hour show, or a mini disc for longer, and if there's somebody physically there that would have to play it, obviously, to put it on the air.
Yeah, probably. I think something like that because I know when I was helping them out down there, I got something to learn like a little bit about the equipment. I did one of them, or well, two of the DJs interviewed me for my small business, and the one guy, the last guy that was there, he gave me a free voice recording, ad, which was pretty cool. He made it himself and put it on MP3, and he'd play it, every so often, and I'd help them out with the station a little bit, with the troubleshooting and stuff, getting things working in exchange. It was pretty neat, but I don't know who they have, down there now. It's always different people. That's the trouble, They can't keep people there, for a long time.
KV1QXB with KA2PTE, and somewhere in the ether, N1 SFF is floating around, and for ID. So I've heard the Brad and Dad show, or Dad and Brad show. That I've heard. Is that what you mean? That one? Because I think they play albums too, though. I'm not sure.
Never heard of that one. The guy who interviewed me was Moose. They used to have Moose in the morning, and he was really good. He'd read the local newspaper and take calls, and he would talk politics, which is why I liked him, because a lot of people, don't like talking that, and he'd, say, well, if they're doing this, they should try this, and, but then after a while they had to have that disclaimer on the air, which I think is normal. Let me let it roll. I mean, the disclaimer would come on and say the opinions and concerns of, the people working at the radio station are strictly the opinions of themselves, and it does not necessarily reflect the opinions of the owners of the station. I don't know, I kind of thought that was obvious, but they had to put that on there, pretty regular to remind everybody.
DJ in Torrington, Connecticut, 87.9 and 105.1 FM. Support for WWG. The views and opinions of the selected program are those of the originator and not of the station, or whatever we used to say.
Yeah, I never heard that, or it's been like decades since I've heard that had to be put in, and it was put in like regular, like every at least every 2 or 3 hours it would go in. But, you know, when I grew up, I never would hear that. It was just, you know, we just assumed, you know, like free speech, you know, it was like everybody's right, you know, and it was always, you know, people calling in. And, I mean, obviously, you know, they're calling in on a phone. So, I mean, it is their opinion. They're just, you know, using the radio station to get it, you know, to reach a wider audience, right? So, I don't know.
Didn't know you meant for the callers calling in. I guess they can disclaim that if they want, but right, like you said, that would kind of be a duh. You know, I mean, they're callers, so I suppose, you know, with the mentality today, it would be like, well, you should screen them then, and you know, only let certain people on, and oh, so we should limit, you know, free speech. Like, yeah, censor everybody. Oh God. Anyway, pause a little bit here and throw it out there. N1 SFF, are you still there, or any other stations? Before I go back over to Steve, go ahead. KB1QXB.
KA2PTE for ID. Well, yeah, it's, I guess, you know, when the caller would call in, then, you know, if they were talking about, like, local area things, you know, like with the, you know, small business and, you know, getting grants to, you know, I don't know, rebuild certain buildings or whatever. You know, it was a good way to like open up a dialogue, you know, and you'd learn like what was going on locally. Let me let it roll. And then, you know, you'd get differences of opinion, you know, like, and then the guy doing the show, he would make his comment, you know, but then again, it's like, you know, it's his comment. Yes, he's the DJ, but I don't know, they don't even really pay the DJs a salary, so how can you say, you know, he's speaking for the station? You know, it's really the DJ, you know, at least that particular DJ, you know, didn't have nothing really to do with the station. And that's the problem, is a lot of them, especially AM, you know, all they can get really are volunteers anyway, you know.
Yeah, well, it is a small town with a small station. You know, probably don't have a lot of money to, number one, pay people, and then even, you know, the upkeep. I guess they get everything with their advertisements. Any donations greatly appreciated. But you worked on WABJ. That was an old dentist office. The dentist retired in his 70s, I think, and decided that he wanted to own a radio station. He didn't want to run it or be on the air. He just wanted to own a radio station. So his old dentist office is now, you can walk right by the studio and wave to the people. It's right there on the sidewalk. So I kind of like that about it. You know, it was right on the sidewalk, my window. So 3 mics. We had the big board. God, all kinds of. Let me roll it.
K1SSK.
All kinds of equipment, mini disc, CD, turntables. Of course, we had 2 Technics 1200s. The patch line for the phone, and it was 100-watt mono, and then it was 10-watt stereo on 105, whatever it was. I forget now. If I do the spiel, I can get it out. I forget. It doesn't matter, but because that was for the local townspeople, the 10-watter, And it was up high with the 100 watts antenna, so it did have pretty good coverage for the whole town, so you could hear it in stereo. But the tech running, not running the station, but the tech at the station, we used to butt heads all the time because I would always switch it over to stereo, and every now and then I would forget after my show to switch it back to mono. And let me roll it once more. And so, because I did a lot of, older stuff, so I liked the stereo separation from the 60s, and sometimes I did psychedelic stuff, and I wanted it for that, and, the rock and roll stuff or whatever. The folk stuff, not so much, but, a lot less instruments and stuff involved. But I would go on the back to the transmitter and switch it over to stereo, and then when I forget, I would catch hell for it. But my theory wasn't too bad. His theory was, if it's in mono, you're getting more fringe people that will listen, because if they try it in stereo, they're going to get static, coming through. But when they switch to mono, it'll be clearer. So we just switch it to mono, because most people can't figure that out. And my theory was, well, too bad if they can't figure it out. Let them figure it out. Let them get a different antenna or something. I don't know.
Roger that. Yeah, well, I don't know. If AM is coming in pretty good, with a good signal, I mean, yeah, it's not stereo, but it sounds pretty good, I mean, it's not FM stereo quality, but I mean, AM can still sound good. And I think you were saying, right, AM, there is an AM stereo, right? You still there, Billy?
I jumped over to the HT because I think my radio may have got overheated.
Yeah, HT sounds pretty good. Did you have to, I guess, did you have a fan on the other one?
No fans. I really should put a fan to keep them cool. Yeah, I touched it. It's pretty hot. It's the first time it's ever happened, though. But it kind of surprised me. Right, I'm hitting the mic, and I'm not getting anything back, and I'm going to the red lights coming on, but obviously it wasn't transmitting. HT, the same one that you got. So this is what it sounds like. I'm right up on the speaker, though. There's just one little tiny hole in it. I'm going to take it away now, maybe a couple of inches here. So probably about 4 or 5 inches away right now. It's really different.
big difference when you moved away. Talking up close to it for sure makes a difference.
Background noise, probably. That's why. I don't think it's a condenser. It's probably dynamic. It's not turned up too high.
So I know you said you had a 2-meter radio that it was sort of like for the higher end of the 2-meter band, and then you had one that was sort of for the lower end. So I'm wondering, is the one for the lower end, is it you still like keeping that one as the backup, or I'm not sure what you're doing?
Switch to the other HT. This one has a antenna, which I'm assuming is probably a little better. I'm inside now, so hopefully you're hearing me okay. Yeah, let me see the radio. I can hear myself. Maybe the radio. Check 1, 2. Okay. Are we there? We're there. Can you hear me now?
Yep, sounding good.
Plug it in. Yeah, I have a VHF that starts at 148, unfortunately. I did not know that when I ordered it. I thought it would go lower, but it won't. It won't go any lower than 148. And so that's what's in it. and the MERS, the 5 MERS frequencies, which are, of course, license free. I would have to obviously keep it on low when I transmit on those, which I do. Let me roll it. And then I have the Alinco 25 watter, so that's half the power of this radio I'm on now. And the Alinco is totally programmable, user-friendly, so, I can pick out anything on there. It starts at 140, actually. It goes below the ham band. It goes from 140 to 150, I think, and then it jumps to 420. It's a dual band, and that's a 25 watter. So for VHF, that's what I got, plus the HT.
Okay, yeah, the Alinco, that was the one I was thinking of. Well, if that one's still, working, even though it's 25 watts, I bet you it would hit this repeater, no problem, because your HT is hitting it really good.
Time is
1 o'clock a.m.
N2A.
Yeah, Roger, and also
Repeat.
it's got a switch for low on that too. I think it's 12 or 10 watts, so that's what I put it on if I'm using it on. Yeah, something like this close. So yeah, I can grab it. It's in the other room, but take a few seconds to hook it up if it happens again, I suppose. Or I just grab the HT. I'll keep it right here just in case. But yeah, I'm just kind of surprised because it's never happened before. Just ratchet jawing too much, I guess. Greg, where are you? King something to Lord something. I wish I could remember it, because that would probably pull him out of the ether. Are you there, Greg? If not, go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, I don't know, he might have called it a night, or he might have figured, he doesn't want to buy us coffee or something, who knows.
doesn't live alone, so maybe he had to walk the dog. I don't know. Could still be talking to Phil on the simplex and turn the other radio down. I don't know. He apparently has two VHFs, or maybe he switched channels and he doesn't hear us. That's possible. Let me try him on the 6. Maybe that's why. And we'll see what happens if he responds on one of these. Yeah, he'll get me on 6. He knows I'm on the monitoring. Comes back, I guess. I lost you too. Or maybe you went QWC. Alright, well, I'm here. Whatever. Usually lasts Greg, I know, about 1:30-ish. Maybe he'll pop back in and here. Gave you 1 QXP.
I'm still here. I was just looking to see if I can figure out anything about the cable for the Midland 6 meter.
Oh, cool. Yeah, hopefully you can. I'm gonna have to, oh, geez. I was just thinking that. Well, you probably, yeah, you could. Use the horizontal on 2 meter, hook up the mag mount to the 6, and, yeah, get me and Greg on 6 talking. Move the antenna around so you hear the tower. I bet you might get it, though, because getting 2 meters, no problem. So I bet 6 meters be the same. It's in the same exact spot, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I'll probably have to download the user manual and read through it. They probably got a description of the cable in there somewhere.
That's it. But, yeah, I bet you got it flying around there somewhere, catching something.
We'll rig something up, by cutting a connector in half, or like removing some unused, pins and getting it to fit in there, and then bring the ribbon cable out, and then I guess solder like another connector on that, and then it'll be a matter of getting the software.
It is cloned like this radio program the same. I don't know. Maybe it is. Because he did that anyway for me. He just wanted the zip code where I wanted to program. And So the first time I ever got back to him, he might have just done that anyway with where it was being shipped to. So
That's KA2PTE, QRT standing by.
okay, Roger that. Yeah, I'm gonna do the same actually, and catch you back in a few. And any other stations before I go, go ahead and I'll respond back, or Greg or whoever. If not, I'll be on the side too, QRT.
You are timeout.
Good morning.
SSK.
1,557 minutes of BS. This is KQ2H repeater. This is the N2ACF system. 1FFKCL162.2.
KA2PTE returning. The cable, and yeah, it's basically a cable that goes to a motherboard, an old computer, and it would go on the serial port. So any cable like that should work, but then you got to get an interface box. So I don't know if that looks like a special item.
Oh, yeah, that could be. Sometimes it's like that. I didn't think of that interface box. Wonder if you can build one cheaply. I wonder what it consists of. Probably just what? Some plugs, some wires, or something inside of it, just to, like an adapter thingy, adapting one plug to another. I don't know.
I'd take a guess that it might be a modem because I can see a picture of the box and it's got the cable, going into the little box. It looks like a modem, so that might be what it is.
Oh, okay. Huh. Learned something new. But a modem, how would that, I don't understand. So you have to go online with it or something? Find a number to call with it?
No, well, the modem, it's old style modem. They would use modems to actually do serial transmissions between each other. That's basically more or less what modems do. And I've seen these before where there are serial modems. You used to hook them up to the serial modem port on your PC, and then the other end goes to the phone line. But this one looks like it might be just like what they call a serial modem, where one end is the serial port, and the other end is the other serial port. So it's probably a modem, but it's not a telephone modem.
Okay, Roger that. I didn't know there was anything but a telephone modem, so that's why I was confused, I guess. Huh. Well, you might have modems lying around too, I suppose. I'm sure you do.
Not really. I have some cards like for modems for the older computers, but I don't know. I could be wrong. I have to look at it some more, but I don't know if it's programmed and there are some good frequencies to use. Might not have to bother with it.
Comment.
That comment.
Is there any chance it might not be a modem? That it might just be an old school 10-base T network card?
A network cat 5 or whatever. It says it's for a Midland MM mobile two-way radio, and let's see, I don't know. It's hard to see any numbers on it. It's black and it's got like grooves in it. Hard to see, hard to tell by the picture.
Numbers off of it, and it's kind of fuzzy. Yeah, it's all bets are off, right?
Roger that. Well, I know the radio is a Midland 70-0351C, and because it's got like a port on the top, and you plug in what looks like any serial cable, for an older computer had those like header connectors, and it goes in one end, and then the other end is a serial, like a 9-pin serial connector, and then I'm just guessing that this interface box, they call it, I can only see like a top view of it, and it plugs into that one side. I can't really see where the other side. I guess the other side goes to the computer. I guess because we're talking like 1991, so it's got to be like old school serial interface.
Before the IEEE came out with the USB invention, so it would have been serial. However, the question I have for you is, you're talking about modem. So wouldn't a modem typically have an RJ45 connector going in the back, or an RJ11, depending?
Yeah, normally it would, but I guess when they made this, they've got like this little rubber cover that you pull off the top, and when you look in there, you can see the main board, and then you can see the connector. It looks a lot like a motherboard connector, like where you'd plug your floppy drive into, except it's just shorter. It's got 10 pins. So I was reading, and it said, any kind of motherboard computer cable that fits in there and then brings that out to a serial jack, is what's needed. But I can't find anything, at least not through what I'm digging through now, because they show it go to interface box, but then I can't see the other side. I'm guessing it's probably going to be another serial connection going to the computer from there.
USA, this is the N2ACF system.
The question you ought to ask yourself is, how much desire do I have to complete fixing or figuring out or making this particular thing work? Or do I just go over on my computer to Amazon and order something, the USB, and it'll show up on Tuesday, and it'll just work?
That would be easy.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
I don't know. I think I got it too easy, so once in a while I look for a challenge.
Everybody loves a challenge.
The call sign there, this is Steve, KA2PTE, and I'm with Billy, KB1QXP.
K1FFK.
Technically, it's supposed to be good morning. KA2PTE. This is Alpha Bravo 6, Golf Foxtrot. Same here, David.
I think it was AB6 Golf Foxtrot. I think I got it right. So yeah, we're just kind of trying to figure out this Midland radio. Billy's actually got the same radio, but his is all set up and working. And the one I got has some problems I'm trying to resolve electronically that still need to be done to get the radio working. But I figured in my spare time I'd look at this cable and see, if it's anything I could do immediately. But it looks like it'll be a little bit more research. But apparently, to program it, you do it with this cable. But from what Billy's telling me, it's already got channels put in there.
A big six gunfight. I remember. How you doing, Dave? Billy over here. We talked on 6 meters a day or two ago. I was even shouting you on there today at some point. How you doing?
Oh, I am doing fantastically. I apologize. I wasn't up on 6 meters today. My buddy Vinny is up here from Staten Island, so we have been having a hoot and a holler, doing our own thing off the air. So we just got on the air just a little bit earlier this evening. But for the most part, we have not been playing ham radio nerds. We've been doing social stuff, just off to the side.
Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, I was wondering what happened to you as I talked to you that one day and then you disappeared on me. I actually made 3 contacts on 6 meters today, two mobile units, and a guy in Stockbridge at a base named Nate, N-A-T-E. I got his call written down, but I can't recall it offhand. So yeah, good to hear you back in here. And you found us here tonight. We had Greg in there earlier from Indian Orchard, but he seems to have faded off into the ether. So, good, I'll pass it back to you. Yeah, let me roll it first here and say one more thing. The radio he has, I ordered originally on eBay. And the guy that sells them, I guess they're VHF low bands, and they only go up to 50, but these are modified to go up to 54. And he programs them. So the first one I ordered, I didn't get back to him in time to find out where I wanted it programmed. So I'm assuming he may have just used the zip code it was being sent to and programmed it for that. The second one I bought, he asked me the zip code specifically, and he programmed it for me with towers starting from Greylock and then just spanning out, in like a 50-mile radius. So I'm hoping he did the same with the first radio. That way my friend here, Steve, won't have to try to mess with it.
Okay. Well, that sounds interesting. I'd like to hear some more about that down the line. I'd also like to hear more about this Midland radio, because that's going back a few decades. You're going back to what, like the mid '80s, the early '80s. What particular Midland model radio are we talking about here?
Okay, I was talking about the Midland actually just now. That's what I'm talking about. We have the same radios. I ordered one. It didn't power up, so I put it aside and I contacted the guy on eBay and I told him it wouldn't power up. So he offered me a second radio at a discount for the $20 I spent for the first radio. And it's the same radio. So he sent me a second one and programmed it, like I said, for the Greylock and within a 50-mile radius. So I'm just hoping by chance he's programmed the first one that way. The first one is the one that my friend Steve has now. It's a Midland, model number. 70-31 something. It was made in 1991, actually. 1991. Model number?
You said Midland 70-31 something something. So I started with that here in Google, and I'm not coming back with a good search result. So perhaps the number is different from what you recall.
0351C. I just looked at the back of it. 70-0351C. That's the radio.
Oh. No, it's a good O. That brings because I got now as you give the proper model number, I got images up here on Google, and that brings back memories. I used to have one of those.
Well, that's what I used. That's what I first met you 2 days ago. That's what I was talking on. Yep, 50 water. So he's got the same one now. We're hoping, like I said, that his was cloned. Maybe these two are the same, but I could contact the guy on eBay. I said, I suppose it was stupid of me. I should have hooked it up here and tried it from my location, right? But I didn't bother. I saw that it turned on, at least, and I shut it back off because I already had the second one. So I thought I'd give it to Steve there. Hopefully he can use it.
It's always the cool thing, isn't it? Is that you turn it on, you get the blinky light, and the magic blue smoke doesn't come out of the back.
That's what you hope for. Yeah, don't forget Steve in there. Over to you, Steve.
Well, roger that. KA2PTE for ID. Well, what are the odds that there would be not one, but two, but three people that are actually have the same 6-meter radio talking together on a 2-meter repeater?
Odds as someone turning on a 1960s Circia tube set CB radio and tuning it up and whistling and getting a response from a person who found some old walkie-talkies and just happened to take the corroded batteries out and put fresh ones in and turn it on and hear the person on the tube. I don't know, that was crazy. That's what happened last night. Let me roll it.
K1FFK.
I have a monkey wrench to throw into the works here with you guys. Just for the sake of argument, the to make it something new for the discussion. How about the old East Kit transmitter receiver pair for HF?
Myself on my other radio, of course, it was working, and someone came back and answered me. It was an old codger TV repair guy, God bless him. He's like, let me roll it once more. He says, yeah, I was working on these old walkie-talkies I found, these Radio Shacks. I got one here, the 40 channel I'm on, and it had old corroded batteries. I just found it a few minutes ago. I had it, somewhere, and I took the batteries out and put new ones in, and there you were. And so that was pretty crazy. What a coincidence that was.
Yeah, you guys doubled for a little bit there, so I think he missed the first part of your transmission, Billy.
Sorry about that. No, I was just saying how Steve here does repairs and refurbished a Johnson Messenger for me, and an old tube set. So I turned it on last night to tune it up, and on channel 19, and I was tuning up and whistling and getting it set. And yeah, that guy I was talking about came back to me, the guy with the walkie-talkies.
So basically, it's a Johnson Messenger 6-channel TV radio, and he puts it on and he's testing it, and then he throws out, a test count, and it's like in the middle of the night when nobody's probably on channel 19, but some guy happens to be putting his walkie-talkie, new batteries in his 40-channel walkie-talkie, and they have a cue. So.
For a split second, when that and Steve said this last night, make sure I'm not doubling. Steve said last night, yeah, it's almost weird. Like I can't imagine a voice coming out of that radio for the first time in how many years. Like almost it was like a voice from the past. And I swear, for a second or two, it did catch me off guard. I really thought a little creeped out for a second. I'm like, whoa, there's somebody there. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. On 10:30 at night, and well, 19 I keep on because the truckers come down the Taconic Trail Route 2. But so anyway, yeah, it was a crazy situation that happened.
RRA.net.
Yeah, it's weird because it's like, maybe that radio is like, when you're a kid, that's like a top of the line radio, So here you are, like, 50 years later, and you got one, right? You never had one back then. You got one now, and it didn't work. You had it for 7 years. You never thought you'd get it fixed, and you get it fixed, and then you put it on, and you're like, hello, and a guy that's probably 60 years old, comes, booming through the speaker. It's gotta bring you back in time, I guess.
Right, tubes glowing and all. And the chrome grill in the front of the radio. It's too funny. Yeah. Over to you, Dave.
Asking about the old Heathkit SD401 transmitter. I mean, that was a work of art.
I recall Heathkits, but the model number isn't ringing a bell, but I probably don't know any of them, to be honest. But I remember Heathkits. That was the thing. That was the thing back then. But Yeah, they even had kits that you could just build a CD from scratch. I think it was from scratch. Maybe some of the stuff was pre-assembled, but yeah, pretty neat stuff.
Oh yeah, some of it was pre-assembled, but for the most part, you got a box of parts that you just dumped out on the kitchen table, and you had to solder it together yourself to make the rig work. That little kit that you got back when you were in elementary school from Radio Shack, and you got this little tiny board and a crystal and like, I don't know, 25 feet of bell wire, and you put the crystal in and you went over and you had to hook up the bell wire to the cold water pipe in the house, and that was your crystal radio.
Kit, but I know Steve there had a kit he told me about once. That had a whole bunch of stuff in it. Yeah, I wrapped the wire around a toilet paper tube, and I had a gay razor blade and a pencil and a safety pin and a couple of thumbtacks and an earphone. That was my crystal radio.
What just happened here? Would you boys excuse me for a few minutes? I need to go QSY and talk to a man about a horse.
Sure, no problem. Dave 73's good QSO from KA2PTE.
7-3, and if we're still here, feel free to come back, or you can catch me on 6.
Well, yeah, no, I'm not going tonight. I just need to go do something, and I'll be back shortly. 8:50.
A big 6 gunfight. If you're into westerns, he says a big 6 gunfight.
K1FFK.
Fine, quick extra pancakes.
I don't like pancakes.
You guys doubled. I think I heard both of you. I heard you, Dave. With that X and the TRA, so that's all I could think of was quick extra pancakes.
Well, I think I'm gonna call it a night and shut down here, and before I get too tired. So I'll say 73 to you, Billy, and good QSO. I'll look for you on the other repeater, I guess, tomorrow, and we'll see what happens. KB1QXP from KA2 PTE 70. I'll just say the big 7 and the little 3.
I was tempted to say 10, you know what, but I'm not going to. So have a good one, and I'll say 7s and 3s, and all those good numbers at you, and I was reading about that, but we can get into that another time. The only one interesting thing I want to point out was 10-3 and 10-7 basically both kind of mean the same thing, like, you know, leaving the air or ending transmission, which is what you would say at the end of a transmission. But I think 73 is really 7. I don't know, something with that I read about it with the hams probably started at first, and the 7s and 3s were probably some kind of a meaning towards the 10 codes with the C meters. But I don't know, it might mean the same thing. But anyway, 7s and 3s, and have a good one. Catch you tomorrow. KB1QXP. Clear with KA2PT. Have a good one. And I'll just be here listening on the side, or if Greg's still out there by any chance, go right ahead. Anyone else? KB1QXP.
You guys caught me before I went to a quiet to the other room. Yeah, now here's something that might be a little bit humorous to you from the 11-meter world, where you're signing off in, you know, us in the ham radio world, you say 73, but in the 11-meter world, you say 3s and 8s. 3s and 8s to you.
True, I have heard that too. But we also used to say 7s and 3s on see, that was sideband though, not on AM, on sideband. And we used the Q codes on sideband. In fact, I pretty much still do. I was doing 11 meters today in Florida. But anyway, yeah, so that's 3s and 8s. You're absolutely right now that you said it. But I can swear I remember 7s and 3s also. That's why you had all those good numbers follow, because, you know, 7s, 3s, 8s, you had all those good numbers, whatever.
I mean, isn't that bananas? That you could practically have an entire conversation that just consisted of numbers without actually having to use very many English words, and both of you would understand what you meant, and it would be a meaningful conversation, and you'd both be happy.
Well, me and Steve were talking one night and about just that kind of thing, or this subject, and about, you know, when you had to use the restroom, you know, 10-100. So what can we do, you know, for hams? What can you say? I mean, people have whatever they say now, but, you know, use the necessary room or just take a break, whatever is fine. But we were just joking around, and I said, how about QWC?
I haven't heard 10-100 in 30 years. And that is exactly what I meant to you just a few minutes ago when I said I needed to go QSY and go see a man about a horse.
Yeah, I'm getting in a bad habit of saying QWC, and I guess I probably shouldn't, but it's not official. But I thought it was good. Water closet, you know. It's still a Q code, 3 letters. Yeah, Greg looked it up one night. I had him convinced. He actually went online and the guy in Indian Orchard there, if he's listening, I got him good. He went online and he actually went to QRC and looked it up. Thought there was a new Q code out there. I said, well, it could be. We can start using it.
Isn't that wonderful? I mean, that's the thing about ham, because, you know, we're all radio nerds, and we never stop thinking. You always keep coming up with different stuff, different standards, different lists, different stuff, and different Q codes, and you get the one guy or the group of guys that are all sarcastic, and then you get that sarcastic sense of humor that gets injected into it, and it's just fantastic.
Recognize this voice with my sledgehammer wit and my, oh God, I forgot it.
Sledgehammer wit and, like you said, the humor in it, yeah. I do a little Tim Tron, comes through every now and then.
Are you a baseball fan?
I don't follow any kind of, and just pardon this, and here we go with the sarcasm, but I don't really, don't be any offense to anyone. I don't follow any commercial, corporate America run sports anymore. And I haven't for years anyway, and, but I do love going to a game and sitting in the bleachers and watching it and cheering, and I was born in the Bronx, so I'm a Yankee fan by default anyway, but that's my team pretty much if I were to have one. Baseball, absolutely.
Yes. Oh, who cannot not be a Yankee fan? However, if you do like baseball, then you ought to also be a Mets fan, even though it's just been terrible for years and years and years. But the guy I was thinking about here just now, one of those voices on TV for baseball, it was Bob Uecker. And his voice was very distinctive, just like Howard Cosell. But Bob Uecker, that one phrase that he would say is, jump a bit outside.
Right. Oh God. You know who was good with that? I could do voices pretty good. I have in the past for different things, but also singing when I do karaoke, I used to go to this one guy's show all the time, and he used to announce me as Billy D, the walking jukebox. He sounds just like the records. It was more, not that I sing so good, but that I could imitate how people sound. But, you know, it's always fun. I like stuff like that. But there was, what was I going to say? Guy that does voices. Let me roll it. Oh, I was going to say first, I used to remember SCTV, because I used to do Howard Cosell and all that. I was watching on YouTube recently the Battle of the TBS Network Stars, where Julia Child and Mr. Rogers are duking it out in the ring. It was Julia Child's obviously John Candy, and what was he? Martin Short was and then the guy doing Howard Cosell. Oh my God, looked like it, sounded like him. It was just too funny.
Oh, now you're taking it back a few decades. And, that was fantastic. That was also back when Saturday Night Live was still funny. They were original, and everything was just, it was not political, it was just funny.
Yeah, you said it. Amen, brother. It was not political. I know. Let's not even get into that discussion. Not saying we disagree, just, I'm fed up with it all the time. It's nice to get on the radio and get away from that. But I liked Saturday Night Live, of course. Who wouldn't? It's like the Yankees, like you just said. How the first crew, and even the second and third weren't too bad. But SCTV, I gotta say, is a little more ahead for me than the number one slot. Saturday Night Live would be second if I had it. Someone said to me, you can watch one or the other the rest of your life. You could never see this. You have to pick SCTV or Saturday Night Live. Oh, SCTV without a doubt. I would just, even though Saturday Night Live was great, don't get me wrong, I loved it. Rosanna and all that. But SCTV just had the makeup and the voices. It was just too much.
Yes. Well, as long as we're bringing this up, we gotta go way back, and we gotta start talking about Last In.
You're telling me? One ringy dingy.
Oh, I love laughing. I have tons of it recorded off the TV. And I have the album. I had the album on Epic Records in probably '68, I think is when I bought it. I was 4 years old, and it was one of my first albums. I had 45s, but I didn't have, I had maybe one or two 33s. And that was one of my first. I still have that record, the Laughing album. But yeah, oh God. Yeah, all right, now we're really getting, I don't want to get back into diapers here.
Good morning, Jay.
In the weeds, please play again.
Whiskey Zulu 1 Juliet WZ1J. Way over here on the coast of Maine, okay?
Whiskey Zulu 1 Juliet, way over there on the coast of Maine. Well, good morning to you, sir. Hello, how are you?
Pretty good, pretty good. I just wanted to see if I could make it through. I'm only getting the repeater at S2. But it could be, it's got quite a bit of noise on the carrier. But I just thought I'd give you a try. The name here is Steve. And I'm at the 147-135 repeater site here in Brunswick. With me. So, thanks for the report from Steve in Brunswick.
Well, at least I heard probably about half of that. I got you. You're Steve, and you're in Brunswick, and you're trying to get the repeater, and you're getting it at S2. I don't know what kind of repeater you're on, or what radio you're using. Maybe you could do something a little bit different with your antenna, because you're kind of a little bit in the weeds. But thank you for calling in, and let's see if you can come back and keep your signal up.
Maybe increase your power if you're able.
Zulu 1 Juliet. Steve over there in Brunswick. Are you still able to copy it? Over.
I'm right near the repeater. I kind of heard him saying, I probably caught a little more than you. He was signing off. He was going over to 147, 135, local repeater there in Brunswick. I think he was going to go QSY is what he said. But it was hard to copy him there in the end. It got real bad. Sounded like propagation, actually. Unless he was, rotating a beam, which I don't know why he would while he was, still QSOing. But it sounded more like propagation when he was fading out. Too bad because he was coming in pretty good there for a little bit.
I thought he was jumping in here to interject something new to the conversation to just, have some more fun this morning and talk about something.
Thought so too. That's that funny. KB1QXP. It must be spring fever in a way with the radios, because like I said, today, 11 meters was open. Last night I got a contact on that CB, which really blew me away. I mean, the only thing I ever hear is truckers if they're passing by, which is a once in a blue moon occasion. And then there is a guy in Pownell that I talk to the next town over, north of here, and occasionally he's on in the mornings or afternoons. He's never on at night. So for that guy to come back, he's about 4 miles away, just sitting in his living room, he said, literally just cleaning out some old radios and wasn't expecting to talk or hear anybody. So that was pretty, so it must be, like I said, the spring/radio fever. Everybody's just, I had 3 contacts today. Whoops, I timed it out. Sorry about that. I had 3 contacts today, like I said, on 6 meters, which is like a record. It's a record 4 contacts if you count Greg tonight. So 4 contacts in one day on 6 meters is like a rarity. So everybody's maybe just getting the fever and getting antsy and hoping the propagation opens soon and the sunspots and all that good stuff.
A hyphen between anal and retentive. I'd like to ask you, did I hear this correctly? Kilo Bravo 1 Quebec X-Ray Papa. And would your first name be William?
K1 FFK.
Roger that, yes, but that's formal. I go by Billy. And if you call me Bill, you have to pay me because you pay bills. I know that was a bad one.
Man, God, according to QRZ, you are in Connecticut, Clinton. Where exactly is this repeater?
Roger, I am not in Clinton. I have elderly parents, and actually I own the home that we all live in. I live on the bottom level, and my parents live on the ground level above. And they're in their 70s. My father has a lot of medical issues. So when all this nonsense started last March, I was up here at a cabin in Williamstown, right on the New York, Massachusetts border, and so I was away from home when it happened, and now my mother's freaking out, and even my dad a little about having anyone come back in the house. So I'm kind of stuck here for a while until my either parents come to their senses or this whole nonsense ends. This tower's in Mount Greylock in Williamstown, Mass. It's the highest peak in Massachusetts.
Oh, that is serendipitous. Because I flip over to my HF record and I can pull up 6 meters and I can get to a 6-meter repeater over there on Mount Greylock.
Correct. That's where we first spoke a couple days ago on 6-meter Greylock.
You're the same guy? Oh, your voice sounds completely different. Yeah, I suppose that's probably a factor of the different microphones between the 2 different radios.
And the 2 different speakers in the 2 different radios. Because my Midland 6-meter sounds a lot, I don't know, it sounds like there's more frequency range what's coming out of the speaker than on my, the one I'm on now is the Motorola. So same size speakers, but the Midland sounds a little different. So yeah, a lot of factors why that could be. Yeah, that's why I said earlier, a big six gunfight. I remembered. That's what I said to you earlier. I remembered.
Sitting here, and I'm still trying to get away from the mic for a few minutes because I have to go QSY to the other room to talk to a man about a horse. All right? So after that procedure takes place, maybe I can come back and hit you up on 6 meters. I don't know. But I gotta go. So I'll be right back just in a little while.
Yeah. System.
All right, you QSY and say goodbye off of here. So we'll be clear, both of us, on 910. So this is KB1QXP and AB6GF. Go ahead, QSY, and I myself am going to QSY over to the other band there. So I'll see you there. KB1QXP clear.
K1FFK. from the Northeast USA. This is the N2ACF system. about this button. Go to the internet at www.rra.net.
Good morning.
The time is
3 o'clock a.m.
N2ACF. Repeat. the N2ACF system. K1SSKCL162.2. 3KN.
Good morning.
KN disconnected.
Good morning. The time is 3:26 a.m.
This is KQ2H repeater. Northeast, USA. This is the N2ATF system. One FFKCL 162.2.